or drink, they do have breakfast burritos. They've got some coffee. They've got some French vanilla cappuccino. They've got water, pop, Gatorade, Powerade, all sorts of stuff. If you'd like to get something to eat, we are right in the middle of practice session for Group 1 and 2. We got our comp coming up at 12 o'clock. This is their lone practice session. We will get right into comp at noon. We will see Group 3 up in about a half hour. Concession stand is open. Also, if you'd like to grab some ND Drift merch, we've got that at the announcer's trailer. If you need a t-shirt, hat, hoodie, or decal, we've got that all over here. Concession stand is open.
An infinity pool of deep house and down-tempo sounds. Chill.
smoking, drinking, getting high.
That is going to be it for group number 3. We are going to do a quick restripe of the course, and we will get that first battle on. Believe we have 28 drivers today, almost top 32, almost a full top 32.
Give a couple runs and tries. I'm going to set up this laptop a little better so that it doesn't say the words and stuff and go full screen and stuff. Sounds good. All good? All good. Very good. Thank you.
Also, concession stand is open if you'd like to grab something to eat or drink. We've got about 5 minutes before hopefully cars are on track. Feel free to reach over there, grab something cold. It's nice that the sun has come out. Once again, thank you to everybody for coming out to DTP number 3, presented by KBD. Speaking of that, I believe we have locked down the owner of KBD. He will be showing up for our 10K. That will be in August. He was supposed to try to make it to the 5K. We got a little screwed up with our plane flight plans. And as he put it, we didn't book early enough. And he looked up flights to Fargo from Dallas and said, why is it more expensive to get there than it was to get to New Zealand? And I said, well, that's how it works up here. So he is going to be coming to the 10K in August. You'll be able to meet Irving Ramirez. For any of you that may know him, he is the owner of KBD, all those wonderful front and rear bumpers, side skirts, the indestructible ones, lifetime warranty. He has been a sponsor of our track for 2 or 3 years now. He is amazing to work with. He wants to come out. He's never been around the Fargo area, so we're going to show him what drifting is like up here. And he is going to come to our premier competition, the 10K. We do have our point series standings up on the whiteboard, and it is close at the top. We've got the Bellinger brothers, 1 and 2. After DTP 1, Mark was in first, Mike was in second. After DTP 2, Mike is in first, Mark is in second. Followed up by Oli Rumshen in third and Tucker Tenhoff in fourth. This is the first year we are not using a drop score in our scoring system. Typically, we would have 3 or 4 competitions, and they would get to throw away the lowest score in case they had to miss one. This year we have 5 competitions. All of them count. There are no drop scores. So every round is important. You never know when somebody's not going to be able to make it. That car is just too broken. We do have a few borrowed cars here today. Driver came and used their regular car for practice yesterday. Something went wrong. The car is not fixable. I know we will see Tucker Tenhoff will not have that white Miata that he is so good in. He will be borrowing a 350Z so that he can accrue some points while he's here. I believe Alex Skrinick will also be borrowing his brother Nick's Corvette. So Nick and Alex will be driving the same car. All right, we are just about done restriping the course. And just a quick reminder, once the competition starts, it'll run for an hour session before we switch back over to Group 3. During that hour, we just ask, please, once we get started, I am the only one in the announcer's trailer that runs the cash box for our apparel. If you could hold off on purchases once the competition starts, we appreciate. We want to sell it to you. I'm just not able to get over there. So once we actually have cars on the track, I will be a bit preoccupied, but as soon as that hour is done, I'm there. I got nothing else to do. I'll sell you everything. I appreciate it. So I'm not trying to ignore you while I'm over here. I am just talking into a microphone and listening to my headset. All right, we are ready to go. We're going to send that first pair into the burnout boxes, and we'll get them up onto the track. In the meantime, I'm going to put this little nature CD on. It is titled Wind. They're not all good, but thought it was kind of funny. Nope. Okay. All right, first cars are in the burnout box. Headed on track, we've got that black Nissan 370Z of Zach Carta out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He is going to be followed on by Nick Skrinick out of Rogers, Minnesota in the black C6. That is the car that is going to be shared by Nick and his brother Alex. They're both in the same quadrant of the bracket, so that's weird. All right, they're going to pull up. We have our chicane, our cone chicane. The lead driver has to go through that. That will slow them down just to make sure they don't run away from the chase driver. Zach Carta is going to have the first lead. Nick Skrinick will chase. We get a thumbs up from both drivers. We make sure they're ready to go, and off they go. Zach Carta going to bring us up to the initiation cones. And Zach Carta went on the wrong side of our lane splitting cone. Into outer zone number 1. Nick Skrinick having some issues staying in drift behind him. Through that slow corner and into outer zone number 3. Zach is going to miss all of that. Nick going to try to catch up, get some proximity, and Zach hitting some angle stall into that last outer zone, slowing him down, not really completing that last outer zone. We'll bring him back around. We'll switch him up. Nick Skrinick will get his chance to lead. We'll see if the drivers can clean it up just a little bit. All right. Nick Skrinick in the lead position. There we go. Going to get around that lane splitting cone. Good initiation by Skrinick. Little straightened by Carta. And Carta going to slow down. A little bit of an angle stall there. Skrinick having a little bit of trouble around the slow corner. Right through outer zone number 3 very nicely. Oh, and gonna spin going into outer zone 4. That will zero that half of the run. We will bring them around. We will get our judges' decision, see who's making it to the top 16. Judges are just mulling it over right now. A lot of errors in that battle that they have to kind of pick through. See who had kind of the best of the worst. Say that again, please, louder. All right, moving on to our top 16. Zach Carta in the 370Z. On the line right now, we've got Mark Bodner in the white 350Z out of Brooklyn Park up against Dima Skrinick out of Wyoming, Minnesota in the yellow BMW. Bodner going to have the first lead. Clean initiation by Bodner. Skrinick giving him a little bit of room and then getting right up on the bumper in outer zone number 1. Both cars clean around the slow corner. Dima doing a really good mimic with the BMW. He is the much faster car in this battle. Solid run by both cars. Skrinick, his supercharged LS BMW, the much faster car here. Little more difficult when you're chasing the slower car. Got to stay in drift, regardless of how slow that car goes. They will bring him back around. Dima Skrinick will get his chance to lead. Bodner will chase second half of this battle. We had 4 drivers that go straight to the top 16 due to their seeding, numbers 1 through 4. All right, Dima Skrinick in the lead, going to bring us up to the initiation cones. And he is off to the races. Bodner doing a good job trying to keep up. Skrinick shallow in outer zone number 3 and on the rear clip. And both cars through outer zone number 4. I thought Skrinick, he's got the power. He can put that car just about wherever he'd like to. Awfully shallow in outer zone number 3 and rear clip number 1. Couldn't see outer zone 1. Might play a major role. It's one thing to gap the car in front of you, but you got to be hitting those zones. Judges still working on it right now. It is a lot tougher when the runs aren't super clean. Harder to find those little errors that will make the decision. All right, moving on to our top 16. Mark Bodner in the white 350Z. All right, up next we have Matt Sandbeck in the red 350Z up against Alex Skrinick in that shared Corvette. This is Matt's first time competing pretty much ever. He completed his LS 350Z last year. Skrinick on a good line and Sandbeck right behind him. Got to make sure not to straighten. Got to stay in drift. It's really cool to run a door, but not when you straighten out behind the car. Skrinick good in outer zone number 3, running a very nice line, and it did look like Sandbeck straightened. That will most likely zero out that chase. Matt is new to, not new to drifting, new to competing. Solid run by Alex Skrinick in the lead. I'm fairly sure Sandbeck will get a 0 on his chase for straightening. Skrinick out of Ham Lake, Minnesota, typically in his 350Z. Sandbeck out of Glendon, lives right around here. Sandbeck going to bring us up to those initiation cones. Little late on the initiation, it looked like. Skrinick doing a good job staying on the bumper. Sandbeck nice and deep in outer zone number 3. And maybe a little shallow in number 4. We'll bring them around. We will find our judge's decision, see who's making it to top 16. Judge is still working it over. Like I said, I'm fairly sure Sandbeck straightened in his chase. I don't know if there's anything that Skrinick would have done that would zero out his runs. I think he stayed in drift everywhere. Skrinick had good proximity in his chase. All right, moving on to our top 16. Alex Skrinick in the Corvette. On the line in the lead, we've got James Cragen out of Ironton, Minnesota in the white and orange S14 up against Jack Vingy out of Hunter, North Dakota. That pink, purple, magenta RX-7. This might be Jack's first time in our open class. He is vastly the underpowered car here, but he is going to give it a go. Cragen on a good line. See if he reaches all the way out to outer zone number 2. Little short on 2. Nice smooth line. Jack staying in drift behind him. Little dirt drop by Cragen. And Vingy going to follow him right into outer zone number 4. Good lead run by Cragen. Really good chase run. Other than the proximity, Jack doing everything that car can do. We estimate Jack's horsepower every once in a while on the mic. He's roughly around 63 horsepower in that car through our rough math. And he uses every bit of it. That car gets roughly 4,000 clutch kicks every drift day. That might be low. All right, Vingy going to get his chance to lead. Cragen will chase. Now, will Cragen be able to stay in drift behind the slower car? Vingy gets to set the pace. And there we go. Cragen has got to stay in drift behind that slower car. Vingy vastly off that outer zone number 2. See if he can clean it up in number 3 there. Little shallow on his drift, but a good line. Really good lead run, and Cragen staying right there the whole time, doing exactly what you're supposed to do when that slower car is in front of you. We'll pull him around. We'll get our judge's decision. All right, moving on to our top 16, James Cragen in the S14. All right, on the line right now, we've got Brian Erickson out of Nelson, Minnesota in his S13 up against Bryce Jensen out of Clearwater, Minnesota in his S13. Erickson's going to have the first lead. Good initiation by Erickson, and then it gets a little shallow through our power alley. Both cars reaching out to that outer zone number 2. Oh, and going to spin by Erickson just between outer zone 2 and 3. That will zero that lead run. We will bring them back around, switch it up. Jensen will get his chance to lead. Good initiation by Jensen. And Erickson right on his bumper. Both cars clean through outer zone number 2. Oh, little dirt drop by Erickson. And both cars clean through outer zone number 4. We'll bring them back around. We might have to do just a little bit of track cleanup there. Make sure there is no dirt on the track. Which car has no hood again? Okay. Thank you. Judges are still working on their decision. Both drivers did have few errors. All right, moving on to our top 16. Bryce Jensen win the 240. One of the 240s. Moving on to our top 16. All right, up on the line, we've got Roman Kifyak in his 350Z out of Blaine, Minnesota. He is going to lead first. He is going to lead Jeremy Swenson out of Dilworth, Minnesota in the white Corvette. This is Jeremy's first drift competition. Good initiation by Kifyak. Can't quite tell if he is deep in that outer zone. Swenson doing everything he can to stay in drift behind him. Kifyak with a tire drop just after outer zone number 2. He is going to be short going into outer zone 3. And Swenson pulled right up on that quarter panel into outer zone number 4. Good chase by Swenson. He fell out of proximity a little bit around outer zone number 2, cleaned it up through 3 and 4. Kifyak with that tire drop between 2 and 3. Swenson will get his chance to lead. Swenson will get his chance to lead, and he has been fast in all of the practices. We got a little bit of water to clean up just between outer zone 2 and 3. Every time they tire drop, they do bring some back with them. All right, it looks like we are ready to go. We got that water cleaned up. Well, maybe just a little bit. All right, we are ready to go. Second half of this battle, Jeremy Swenson will lead. Roman Kifyak will chase. And from watching the practices, Swenson is going to go fast. Yep, and off he goes. We will see if Kifyak can keep pace. Swenson looking good in outer zone number 1. Kifyak doing everything he can to keep up. Oh, and Kifyak driving through the dirt and going to straighten in his chase. Into outer zone number 4. And Swenson filling all of it. Great job for his drifting debut. Swenson is, hopefully I get this right, he is a 2-time GLTC, the Grid Life Touring Cup champion. He is a national champion autocrosser. He wanted to try drifting, so here he is. And he is doing exceptionally well. All right, moving on to our top 16. Jeremy Swenson in the Corvette. All right, up next, we've got Pablo Ojeda. In the G. I'm sorry, we are on to a completely different battle. We have Nate Healy in the 370Z up against Brennan Byrne in the Corvette. We had a bye on what was supposed to be up right now. Healy in the lead, Brennan Byrne in the chase. Healy good through outer zone number 3 and just about perfect on that rear clip. And Byrne having a bit of an issue in outer zone number 4, staying in drift. We were supposed to have a battle between Alex Hidanovich and Pablo Ojeda. Hidanovich was did not start. So Ojeda will move on to top 16. Brennan Byrne will get his chance to lead. He is out of Fargo, North Dakota with that Corvette. Healy out of Sioux Falls. Healy was on our limited podium last DTP. We have our limited competition on Sundays. He grabbed one of those podium spots at DTP number 2. All right, Brennan Byrne going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Byrne with a fast entry and Healy right behind him. Byrne reaching way out to outer zone number 2. Really good lead run by Brennan Byrne. Going to make up for that chase run. And Healy within a car or two the entire time. We will see what the judges have to say. We are in the second half of our top 32. We will run this until 1 o'clock. Switch over to group number 3. We will continue with the comp at 2. And moving on to our top 16, Nate Healy in the 370Z. On the line right now, we got Bryson Metzger out of Jordan, Minnesota in the C5 Corvette. Heading on track, we've got Jake Sherbrooke out of Pelican Rapids in his S550 Mustang. This is Bryson's first competition in the Corvette. He typically drives a G35. I believe this is Jake's first competition, period. Bryson Metzger will have the first lead. Jake Sherbrooke will chase. Good initiation by Bryson. Looks like he's deep in outer zone number 1, and Sherbrooke right on the quarter panel. Around our slow corner. And Sherbrooke going to have a lot of angle and stall up just a bit. Going to have to play some catch up. And Sherbrooke pulls right up on the quarter panel going into outer zone number 4. Good lead run, good chase run. A few mistakes by both. Bryson was definitely short in outer zone number 2 up against the drag strip wall. He cleaned it up through the rear clip in outer zone number 4. Sherbrooke with a pretty decent chase. Got a lot of angle stall going around our slow corner after outer zone number 2. Had to play catch up, had to run cut a few corners to catch up. He will get his chance to lead. Second half of this battle. Bryson Metzger will chase. Oh, and Metzger going to just touch the dirt in outer zone number 2, or outer zone number 1 in the chase. He's going to have to cut a corner now to catch up. Sherbrooke deep in outer zone number 3. And both cars good through outer zone number 4. Not the proximity Metzger wanted to see in his chase. Made a big mistake in outer zone number 1 on a very wide line and let Jake get away from him. We'll bring them up. We will see what our judges have to say, see who's going to make it to top 16. We have 3 battles remaining in our top 32, and we will get on to top 16. And moving on to our top 16 is Jake Sherbrooke in the Mustang. On the line, we've got Justin Englund out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota in that white S14. Going to line up against Sean Krebsbach out of Fargo in the white BMW. Englund going to have the first lead. Oh, and Krebsbach going to spin on initiation. We will get him out of the way there. Englund will complete his lap. Krebsbach will have a 0 on that chase. He will get his chance to lead. He will be hoping something happens to Justin. Maybe a spin, maybe a straighten. Englund had the advantage of seeing him on the course, not moving. He knows that he zeroed that run. Sometimes your chase driver will do something behind you that you don't see, and unless you have a spotter, you don't know it happened. All right, both drivers are ready to go. Krebsbach with the lead. Justin Englund with the chase. Oh, and Englund having a few issues in the initiation. Not sure if it was a straighten. It was definitely a bobble. And Krebsbach trying to create some gap. Trying to show something to the judges. Into outer zone number 4. Englund has to cut the line just a little bit. Yeah, the only thing I could see there, I couldn't tell if on initiation if Englund did actually straighten. I don't think so. That would have been the only kind of saving grace for Krebsbach there. Englund didn't have to do much in the chase to most likely advance. We will wait for the official word from the judges. All right, and moving on to our top 16 is Justin Englund in the 240. On the line right now, we've got John Segla out of Fargo in that 350Z convertible. Going to line up against Peter Healy out of Sioux Falls in the Camaro. Segla will get the first lead. We have 2 battles left in our top 32. We will get right on to top 16. Segla bringing us up to the initiation cones. Looks like he is nice and deep in outer zone number 1. Good reach out to outer zone number 2 under the trees. And Healy right there with him. Oh, and Segla just brushing that cone. In the driver's meeting, we tell them, don't hit the cones, but if you do, don't knock them over. That was about as close as it gets to not knocking a cone over. Didn't fall. It moved just a little bit. The judges will take that into consideration of whether they're going to deduct him a lot or a little for that. Pretty good brush there. That you don't see a lot. Peter Healy going to get his chance to lead second half of the battle, top 32. Segla will chase. Good initiation by Healy. Looks like he reached out. He was a little shallow, just approaching outer zone 1. Looks like he got out to it. Segla doing a good job staying within a car or two. Healy getting all of outer zone number 3. And Segla able to reel him in just a little bit going into outer zone number 4. Good battle by both drivers. This one is going to be a toughie for the judges. Not a lot of big mistakes. Not great driving, but good driving on both drivers' parts in their lead and their chase. Judges are going to have to nitpick this one to get the winner. Nothing really stood out. Not good, not bad, just quality driving. We would like to also thank everybody that has donated Hot Wheels. We will be giving those away at the 5K and 10K. We've got that bin just under the canopy by the announcer's trailer where you can donate Hot Wheels. We did put out a little bit of challenge to our spectators, our drivers. All right, judge's decision is in. And we are going to see this battle one more time. I think that's a real appropriate one more time. Like I said, nothing outstanding, nothing terrible, though. It was just good driving and awfully equal. We will see them back up in just a minute. On the line right now, we've got Vinny Bernardi out of Owatonna, Minnesota in the white BMW up against Victor Grin out of Eden Prairie in the black 240. Bernardi with the first lead. Big Manji out of Bernardi. Oh, and deep, right up to the wall, and he is going to wall tap. He keeps going. It throws off Grin just a bit. That will be a big deduction for Bernardi. Rest of the run for Bernardi, fairly solid. And while that was, yes, a bit of a wall tap, it was a bit hard. It did throw off the line. The chase driver did have to check up due to it. We're looking for Mark Bodner and Alex Skrinick up to grid. Mark Bodner and Alex Skrinick up to grid for top 16. We're going to bring these two around. Victor Grin will get his chance to lead. But I would, my best guess is that will be a large deduction for that wall tap. Little scrapes are okay, but when it does affect the chase driver, they do have to take that into consideration. Victor Grin will get his chance to lead. After this battle, we will get that one more time. Right back up between John Segla and Peter Healy. All right, Victor Grin going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Yes, that is how it normally runs, folks. It's got the hot tune in it. Bernardi going to knock over a cone in outer zone number 1. He is able to get right back on the bumper of Grin. And Grin getting pretty close to the wall going into outer zone 4. Bernardi a bit too close. Looks like he has to straighten up in outer zone 4. Just about past Grin. Got to make sure to stay behind that lead driver. We'll pull these two up. We will get our judge's decision. Nothing crazy either way. Another pretty good battle. I think there were a few mistakes by Bernardi that might sway it in the other direction, but we will see what the judges saw. I have just about the same view as everybody else. We aren't able to see that far end of the track. All the zones do matter. And moving on to our top 16 is Victor Grin in the black 240. And once again on the line, we've got John Segla in the convertible 350Z, Peter Healy in the black Camaro. This is our one more time from top 32. This is our last pair to see who makes it into top 16. John Segla will lead first. Segla looking clean in outer zone number 1. Healy right behind him. Into our slow corner. Great proximity by Healy. Segla very deep in outer zone 3, and a mistake by Healy as he approaches our rear clip. Healy not having the momentum to reach out to that outer clip and does straighten as he heads into outer zone number 4. That could make the difference depending on how our second half of the battle goes. Healy will get his chance to lead. All right, Peter Healy going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Good initiation by Healy, and Segla right on the bumper of the Camaro. Oh, a little bit of a stall by Segla in the chase. Healy going to open up that gap. We will see if Segla shorts it to catch up. And Healy able to keep that lead through outer zone number 4. Little dirt drop, but it looks like it was after the finish line. When that outer zone 4 ends, that is the finish line. Anything after that doesn't count. So we will see. Did that little straighten in Healy's chase, is that going to make the difference? This is our last battle of our top 32. We have got our top 16 just waiting. We're going to see the 4 cars that got the buys from 32 to 16. We've got about 15 minutes left in this session. We will get through what we can, and then we will move the rest to the 2 o'clock hour. And moving on to our top 16, John Segla in the 350Z. That is going to bring up our number 1 in points, Mike Bellinger, out of Welch, Minnesota, in the silver titanium Mustang, up against Zach Carta out of Sioux Falls, the 370Z. Bellinger with the first lead. He got a bye through top 32. That's why it pays to be on top of points. Bellinger fast through outer zone number 1, and Carta going to have to straighten behind him. Not sure if he's having issues with the car. Bellinger deep in outer zone 3. Outstanding lead run by Mike Bellinger. The one hiccup, and this is completely up to the judges, so we don't have a judgeable point between the actual initiation cones and outer zone number 1. All those lead drivers are told you need to have a fluid path from A to B there so the chase has somewhere to go. There might have been a little hiccup on Bellinger's initiation that slowed Carta down, but that will be up to the judges to decide. Carta going to get his chance to lead second half of this battle. First battle of top 16. And Carta trying to get the jump on that Mustang. Oh, and Carta going to go in real deep and into the wall at outer zone number 1. That will end this battle. That will be a 0 in the lead for Carta. And water on the track. We will have to go over and take a look at that. Make sure that there is no water on the track. All right, we will wait for our judge's decision. And moving on to top 8. Mike Bellinger in the Mustang. That's going to bring up the black Corvette of Alex Skrinick out of Hand Lake, Minnesota. He's going to line up next to Mark Bodner out of Brooklyn Park in the white 350Z. We got a little bit of water to clean up on the track. We got about 10 minutes left in this session. We are going to make it through as much top 16 as we can. Remember, the concession stand is open, and as soon as we switch over to that run group number 3, we will open up the ND Drift merch again. We'll be open through that entire hour and then close back down when the comp comes around again. Want to make sure all the dirt is out of outer zone number 1. Looks like we are good to go. All right, we will get to Alex Skrinick and Mark Bodner. Skrinick with the first lead. Second battle of top 16. Fast initiation by Skrinick, and Bodner right there with him. Bodner maybe a little bit shallow in outer zone number 1 in that chase. Skrinick going to try to open up that gap as he goes into outer zone number 3. And Skrinick able to keep that 2-3 car gap, able to run away from the 350, preventing Bodner from getting that proximity that the judges want to see. All right, Bodner will get his chance to lead the second half of this battle. Through our chicane and up to our initiation cones. Bodner on a nice line into outer zone 1, and Skrinick has to check up. Oh, big mistake by Skrinick. Bodner doing a good job in outer zone 3. And Skrinick's run is falling apart in the chase. My, how the turntables. I would have clearly called that a victory for Skrinick after the first half of the battle. We got a little bit to clean up on the track. Some dirt over in our tight corner between outer zone 2 and 3. And moving on to our top 8 is Mark Bodner in the white 350Z. That is going to bring up the white and orange S14 of James Cragen out of Ironton, Minnesota, up against Bryce Jensen out of Clearwater, Minnesota, in the black S13. We are just making sure the course is ready to go. All right, we are ready to go. Cragen going to lead. Jensen going to chase. And Cragen going in fast and deep in outer zone number 1. Jensen doing everything to keep up. Cragen able to keep that 3-car gap, and Jensen having to cut a little bit of line into outer zone number 4. Cragen keeping his reputation of just being fast in the lead. It has been a while since he has been on a podium here, and he is looking for it today. We'll bring him back around to the starting line. Jensen going to get his chance to lead. All right, second half of this battle. Bryce Jensen with the lead. James Cragen with the chase. Good initiation by Jensen, and Cragen right on the back door. Jensen nice and deep in outer zone number 3. Cragen going to have to check up a little bit, but able to follow him right into outer zone number 4. Great lead run, great chase run. Really good battle there. I believe we have one more battle on tap before we switch over to group number 3. So run group 3, you are just about up. Run group 3, just about up. Actually, 2 and 3 will be running. 2 and 3 will be running. All right, and moving forward to our top 8, James Cragen in the white S14. Oh, and that will be our last battle. We will get to run group 2 and 3. That will be the last battle of this hour. We've only got a couple minutes left. So run group 2 and 3, you are up. Run group 2 and 3 to staging. If anybody would like to get a ride along, you can head on down to our staging lanes. We do allow ride alongs in the non-comp groups. Concession stand is open. We've got our ND Drift merch in the announcer's trailer. You can head on over. Hats, t-shirts, hoodies, decals. Run group 2 and 3, you are up. We will resume the competition at 2 o'clock. We will get right back in to our 4th battle of our top 16. And we will hopefully run it through until we find a winner of DTP number 3, presented by KBD. Run group 2 and 3, you are up. Run group 2 and 3, you are up. It's awfully quiet out here without you guys. Run group 2 and 3, you are up. All right, that's going to be the last of our Group 2-3. We have just about got our entire grid together. We have the first few battles ready to go. We are going to do a quick track cleanup. We're just going to get the track cleaned up. We got a little bit of dirt. Make sure all the cones are where they're supposed to be. And we will get that top 16 battle in the burnout boxes. If you want to grab something from the concession stand before we start up, we are going to close down the shop here momentarily for merchandise sales. Thank you to everybody that came up. We still have some of those Pokemon cards. The Buchanan race car, the Formula Drift Pro Spec car, and the pit vehicle. Those are free. Sounds sexy. Don't waste it.
Hey, our button pusher guy is not here, so. What do you need, one? Your job is I'm one, I'm primary.
Also, if Brian Gustafson is around, we are looking for you in the announcer's trailer. Brian Gustafson, if you could come over and help us out again. Brian Gustafson, we are looking for you at the announcer's trailer. All right, we are ready to go. We are going to send him into the burnout box. We are on our fourth battle of our top 16, fourth out of 8. All right. This is going to be our first sighting of Tucker Tenhoff. He was our fourth seed, had the bye in the first round. He is in a borrowed car right now. He is going to be in that black G35. I think it's black, silver, kind of a tint to it. Bronze. There we go. He is going to be lining up with Jeremy Swenson, Jeremy out of Glendon or Dilworth, in that white Corvette. Tucker is going to have the first lead. We are going to get our chicane set up. Tucker Tenhoff out of Sauk Rapids, Minnesota in the G35. First lead going to be chased by Jeremy Swenson out of Dilworth, the white Corvette. We are just about ready to go. We will make sure that the drivers are ready to go. Big initiation by Tucker. Ooh, and real deep in outer zone number 1. Going to do a little bit of a dirt drop. Swenson doing a really good job to cover him. Into outer zone number 3. Shallow angle by Tenhoff. Tenhoff nice and deep in outer zone number 4. We'll bring it back around. Jeremy Swenson going to get his chance to lead. Tucker may have his work cut out for him. That vet is going to fly. And very deep in outer zone number 1. Swenson maybe a little shallow in outer zone number 2. Tucker having a tough time keeping up with that Corvette. Oh, and Swenson going to spin. The question will be, was he past the finish line or not? Or was he under control going through the finish line? The judges are going to have to decide when that spin happened. We'll bring them back around. We will get our judges' decision. Lot to look at there, especially with the spin on the back end of that. All right, and moving on to our top 8 is Tucker Tenhoff. That spin, I believe, was counted as during the run. That's going to bring up Ole Rumshin in the first lead in that blue and white S13 up against Pablo Ojeda. Ole is our number 3 seed. He got the bye in the first round, and a little stall up, and Pablo is going to spin. Got to try to get that car out of the way. He might have had a chance there. The judges are going to look at what caused that spin, whether that was self-inflicted by Pablo or caused by the lead driver. They'll bring it back around. We'll get to the second half of the battle. Pablo Ojeda will lead, and Ole Rumshin will chase. Drivers are ready. Pablo Ojeda going to bring us up to those initiation cones. Big initiation by Ojeda, and Rumshin going to pull right up to him in outer zone number 1. Both cars clean through the slow corner. Ojeda just possibly touching dirt in outer zone number 3. Good lead run by Ojeda, and Rumshin not letting him out of his sights. This will come down to what they're going to decide on that spin in the first half of who's at fault for that. And moving on to our top 8 is Ole Rumshin. Headed up to the starting line, we've got Nathan Healy out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, in the black 370Z, up against Jake Sherbrooke out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota, in the silver and teal and white Mustang. Healy going to have the first lead of this battle. Sherbrooke easily winning the loudest car award this weekend. Healy nice and smooth through outer zone number 1 and a little short into outer zone number 2. Sherbrooke doing a decent job of keeping proximity. Healy really moving through the course with pace. Outstanding lead run by Nathan Healy. Really giving that Mustang something to try to drive for. Jake Sherbrooke will get his chance to lead second half of this battle. We are on the second half of our top 16. We've got 3 battles left, including this one. And then we are right into top 8. We're going to be running this through the 2 o'clock hour. We will see if we can't get completed by 3 o'clock. If not, we might go over to 1 more hour session. Jake Sherbrooke going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Fast initiation. Healy's going to have to check up just a little bit at the beginning of outer zone number 1. Healy able to close that gap as they're going into outer zone number 3. Sherbrooke getting all of that outer zone. Good lead run by Sherbrooke as well. Healy apparently making a little bit of contact there with something. A lot to look at for the judges. Solid lead runs by both drivers. Good proximity in the chases. Could have been just a little bit closer. Probably would have been a difference maker. Once again, we would like to thank all the people that donated Hot Wheels. We'll be giving those away at the 5K and 10K. You can still drop those off if you'd like to. We have a black tote just underneath the announcer's canopy. Judges are still working over those videos, going over their notes. Very close battle to judge. All right, judge's decision is in. We are going to see this battle one more time. That's going to bring us to Justin England out of Sioux Falls in that white 240SX up against Victor Grin out of Eden Prairie in the black 240SX. Oh, wait, we've got John Segla up there. Sorry about that. Got the wrong notes. Justin England and John Segla. John in that 350Z convertible. Justin England going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Solid initiation by Justin. John able to fall in line right at outer zone number 1. And England going to open up a little bit of a gap going into outer zone number 3. Solid lead run by England. Maybe a little short in outer zone number 3. Fairly good run though. Segla, pretty consistent in his chase. All right, we're ready to go. Second half of this battle. John Segla will lead. Justin England in the chase. Segla on a good line through outer zone number 1. England within a car. Segla on a good midline through outer zone number 3 and headed into our keyhole. Segla able to get all of outer zone number 4. Consistent battle all the way through. Good lead by Segla. England, really good job of keeping consistent proximity, not surging forward and then dropping back. Something the judges definitely want to see is that consistency in the proximity. Sometimes it'd be nice if we had the drivers mic'd up so we could hear what they're saying on the finish line here. Although it'd probably be a really bad idea if you've met some of the drivers, maybe not watching the language. But they're all pretty nice for the most part. It would be fun to hear what they're saying. All right, and moving forward to our top 8 is John Segla in the 350Z. That is going to bring up Mark Bellinger out of Welch, Minnesota, to sit number 2 in points in that 350Z. New car to him. He has another 350Z that is naturally or that is VQ. This is an LS car up against Victor Grin in the 240SX. We will see if Magic Mark can pull it off in his new car. Mark with a fast initiation. Victor doing everything he can to keep up with that V8 powered 350. And Mark Bellinger laying down a Mark Bellinger lead right where he left off with the VQ car. Outstanding lead run. Grin doing everything he can to keep up with that 350Z. We'll bring it back around to the starting line. Victor Grin will get his chance to lead. All right, Victor Grin with the lead. Mark Bellinger with the chase. Victor Grin nice and deep in outer zone number 1. Mark Bellinger letting him know he's there. Grin on a midline through outer zone number 3. Bellinger right on the bumper the whole way. Gonna pull up to the door. Outstanding run by Grin. And a Mark Bellinger chase. That is exactly how he looked in the VQ car. First competition in the LS 350. Looking great. We're going to assume Mark didn't get lost on the course. He was just cooling the car down. And moving on to our next round is Mark Bellinger in the 350Z. That is going to bring up our one more time between Nate Healy and Jake Sherbrooke. Nate Healy with the first chase, or first lead. Jake Sherbrooke with the chase. And they are going into this one fast. Sherbrooke with maybe a little close to straightening through that power alley. Healy on a bit of a midline through outer zone number 3. Sherbrooke able to close up that proximity the farther they got through the course. Healy definitely tried to take every advantage he could off of that starting line. Full throttle as soon as he got through the chicane. He was going to make Sherbrooke work for it. Jake Sherbrooke about to lead the second half of this battle. Winner is going to be our last driver in our top 8. And Jake Sherbrooke taking his turn to try to run away. Healy able to close up the proximity into outer zone number 1. Sherbrooke maybe a little bit short in outer zone 2. Outstanding battle. Sherbrooke tires coming apart. We are going to go look for tire pieces. We will bring them back around. We will get our judge's decision. We will clean the track off of tire. I don't know what tires are on the back of that Mustang. I just wouldn't be surprised if they were Federals. Lot to look at there for the judges. Good runs by both drivers. Once we get the result of this battle, we'll be on to our top 8. And moving on to our top 8 is Jake Sherbrooke in the Mustang. That is going to bring up first battle of our top 8. We've got Mike Bellinger out of Welch, Minnesota, in the silver Mustang up against Mark Bodner out of Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, the white 350Z. We are ready to go with the first of our 4 top 8 battles. Mike Bellinger going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Bodner had to back off just a little bit on initiation, but able to work his way back in through outer zone number 1. Bellinger deep in outer zone number 3. All the angle going into outer zone number 4 in our keyhole. Outstanding lead run by Mike Bellinger. Mark Bodner right there behind him. Consistent proximity. Both drivers ready to go. Mark Bodner will take us over to outer zone number 1. Bodner right next to the wall going into outer zone number 1. Bellinger falls just a bit behind and then catches right up in outer zone number 3. And Bellinger right on the door through outer zone number 4. We'll bring them back around. We will get our judge's decision. See who's going to be the first person that's going to stand on our podium today. See who's going to head to the top 4. All right, and moving on to our top 4 is Mike Bellinger in the silver Mustang. That's going to bring us to Tucker Tenhoff in the borrowed G35 out of Sauk Rapids. He is going to lead James Cragen out of Ironton, Minnesota, in the white and orange S14. Tucker backing it into the dirt in outer zone number 1. Going to take part of the bumper right off. Cragen right behind him. Tucker going to shallow up in outer zone 3, and that is going to mess up his approach to the rear clip. A lot of angle going into outer zone number 4. Good lead run, but big mistake going into outer zone number 3. Tucker came out about halfway through there, popped right out of the zone, and that messed up his approach to rear clip number 1. Cragen, really good chase. Nice proximity the whole way through. We've got a little bit of dirt to clean up in a couple zones. All right, we are ready to go with the second half of this battle. James Cragen with the lead. Tucker Tenhoff with the chase. Fast entry by James Cragen. He has already created a couple length gap going into our slow corner and into outer zone number 3. Tucker Tenhoff fighting an uphill battle, catching that S14. Another quality lead by James Cragen. Tucker Tenhoff doing everything he could to try to catch up to that V8 S14. We will bring them up to the finish line. We will get our judge's decision. We will see who is going to meet Mike Bellinger in top 4. And moving on to our top 4 is James Cragen in the white S14. We are just waiting for Jake Sherbrooke to finish changing those tires. Are we waiting on Segla Bellinger? All right, we got Jake moving over towards the burnout box. Moving on to our third out of 4 top 8 battles. We've got half of our podium secure so far. We're going to see Mike Bellinger up against James Cragen in top 4 battle number 1. Headed on track, we've got Ole Rumshen out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, the white and blue S13. Going to get chased by Jake Sherbrooke out of Pelican Rapids, the S550 Mustang. Ole Rumshen going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Lot of angle by Rumshen. Headed into outer zone number 1. Going to put up that smoke screen for Sherbrooke to drive through. Ole right on the edge of outer zone number 3. Outstanding lead run by Ole Rumshen. Had a bit of a crash yesterday, was able to fix the car up completely, and it seems to be doing pretty well. Sherbrooke doing everything he could to keep up. Sherbrooke going to get his chance to lead second half of this top 8 battle. Sherbrooke maybe a little shallow on entry to outer zone number 1. Rumshen right behind him, headed into outer zone 3, and a bit of a bobble by Sherbrooke. as they enter that outer zone. And Rumshin right on the door through outer zone number 4. Sherbrooke has made a great run in this tournament so far, being his first. That one is going to be a tough one to win against Rumshin. Great battle by both competitors. Just not a flaw in Rumshin's driving in lead or chase. And moving on to our top 4 is Ole Rumshin in the blue and white S13. That's going to bring us to our last top 8 battle. We've got Mark Bellinger out of Welch, Minnesota in the black 350Z. Going to line up with John Segla in the purple convertible 350. Bellinger with the first lead. Nice initiation by Bellinger, very fast. Segla doing what he can to keep up with that V8 powered 350Z. Segla with a bobble, and he's going to straighten in that chase. And Bellinger will cruise through the rest of his lead. We'll bring it back around to the starting line. Segla will get his chance to lead. He will be fighting an uphill battle in his lead run. John Segla with the lead in the second half of this top 8 battle. Mark Bellinger with the chase. Good line by Segla through outer zone number 1, and Bellinger staying right on the quarter panel. Segla nice and deep in outer zone number 4. Outstanding lead run by John Segla. Mark Bellinger had him covered everywhere he went, right on that quarter panel. The bobble in Segla's chase most likely going to be the determining factor here. We'll bring him up here. We will get the official judge's decision, who is going to be the last member of our podium. And moving on to our top 4 is Mark Bellinger, the black 350Z. We are into our top 4. We've got Mike Bellinger in the silver Mustang out of Welch, Minnesota, up against James Cragen out of Ironton, Minnesota, the white and orange S14. We are into our top 4. They're all on the podium now to figure out which one they're going to be standing on. Mike Bellinger with the lead, James Cragen with the chase. Cragen not letting the Mustang out of his view, right on the quarter. Bellinger solid in outer zone number 3 and right into outer zone 4. Cragen letting up just a bit in outer zone number 4. We'll bring him back around. James Cragen will get his chance to lead. James Cragen going to bring us up to the initiation cones. Cragen very deep entering outer zone number 1, just wisping up a little bit of dirt there. Bellinger right behind him. Cragen deep in outer zone 3, and Bellinger just on rails behind him, following him in. These are going to be tough ones. Judges are going to be looking for every little mistake they can to separate these two. Okay, maybe we don't want the microphones on them now. Now that we all know the amplification properties of concrete. All right, we do have a winner, and moving on to our championship battle will be Mike Bellinger in the silver Mustang. We will see James Cragen in that third place battle. What's the deal with our next battle? All right, we are just waiting on Mark Bellinger, changing up a couple tires before we get to our second top 4 battle. We do have just a few more of those Cody Buchanan Pokemon cards. If anybody would like the little pair we have of his Prospect car and his pit vehicle, we've got those at the announcer's trailer. I got 3 pair left. If anyone would like those. We would like to thank our 2024 Drift sponsors, SRD Auto Repair and Towing, FM Pool and Spa, Achieve Recovery Homes, Photos by TRJ, UMotors, Fargo Drifting, Evolution Fitness, Drift HQ, KBD Body Kits, Grip Royal, Metro Collision Center, Performance Auto, Window Tint Pros, Burress Photography, Osiris Media, Finish Factory, Beast Custom Works, and Tiger Rolloff. Big shout out to KBD. They are our title sponsor of DTP number 3. This is the midway point of our DTP series. We have 5 this year. We will crown our season points champion at number 5. This is the first season where we do not have a drop score, where all of the drivers were able to drop the lowest score out of the competitions we had. All of them count this year. We've got 5. Mike Bellinger currently sitting on top. Mark Bellinger currently sitting in second, and they are both in the top 4. Ole Rumshin sitting in third, also in the top 4. Headed on track, we've got Mark Bellinger Jr. out of Welch, Minnesota, the black 350Z. Just behind him, Ole Rumshin out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, the white and blue S13. All right, we are ready to go with our second semifinal. Bellinger with the first lead, Rumshin with the chase. Both cars clean through outer zone number 1. And around our slow corner, Rumshin falling back just a bit. Able to make up most of it by outer zone number 4. And back on the door of Bellinger through the end of outer zone number 4. Really good lead by Mark Bellinger. Rumshin, very good chase. Lost a little bit of the proximity partway through. Had to cut some course there through rear clip number 1 to get that proximity back as they finished out through the keyhole. Ole Rumshin going to get his chance to lead. Mark Bellinger will chase. Rumshin nice and deep heading into outer zone number 1. Can Bellinger keep that proximity through outer zone number 3? Absolutely. Great lead run by Ole Rumshin. Bellinger able to keep that close proximity the whole battle. That line cut by Rumshin in the first half of the battle going to stand out just a little bit more. They are going to have to nitpick this for the mistakes. The winner of this battle will be facing Mike Bellinger in the final. We are still waiting on our judge's decision. They are going to have to pick through this one. I think we're checking to see if something's leaking under a car. Both of these drivers will be on the podium. We just have to find out which one they'll be standing on. All right, and moving on to our championship battle is Mark Bellinger in the black 350Z. We will see Ole Rumshin and James Cragen in that third place battle. We will let the cars cool down just a hot minute while they return. We will get our third place battle on the track as soon as we can here. All right, we are about 7 minutes from the 3 o'clock hour. What we are going to do is we are going to postpone these until the next run group. So we'll give our top 4 a chance to cool down. We will see them at 4 o'clock. We will run our third place and our championship battle. We are going to call up 2s and 3s, run group 2, 3, and we will throw in the losing 1s. 2s, 3s, and losing 1s. You can head to staging. Spectators, if you'd like to get any ride-alongs, you can head on down to our staging area, grab a helmet, hop into some of those cars. We will let those cars cool down, and we'll let them change tires if they need to. We will get to that third place and championship battle at 4 o'clock. We will finish it out. We will get to our podium ceremony. So 2s, 3s, and losing 1s. And if you're a 1, we need you to be tandeming. You can head to staging. We will run you as soon as you are ready. Concession stand is open if you'd like to get something to eat or drink. Also, we've got that ND Drift merch if you'd like to head over to the announcer's table. And then we will get right to our third place battle and our championship battle. We have got our 4 cars in grid. We just need to get the track cleaned up. We will do this. If you've been to these before, the way we do it, we will run our third place battle. If we have a winner, we will announce that winner to the crowd. Then we will do our championship battle. And if we do have a winner, if there's not a one more time, we don't announce the winner quite yet. We will pull all 4 of our podium cars up to the wall here right in front of the announcer's booth. And we will go down the line, 4th place, 3rd place, and then we will announce first and then second. Then they will do their celebratory spinny things in front of you, and they will pull off the track. We will go over to our podium, and we will do the official handing out of the hardware. Once again, we would like to thank KBD Body Kits. They are the title sponsor of DTP3. We will have Irving Ramirez, the owner of KBD, I believe, here for the 10K in August. He will be here hanging out, checking out the drift scene here in the Fargo-Moorhead area. So all the KBD fanboys can come and meet Irving. We all follow him on Facebook and Instagram and watch all the antics, and he is going to bring that right here. We will probably get him a rental car, and he can do some laps when time allows. But everybody will be able to meet Irving Ramirez, owner of KBD. Would like to thank our 2024 drift sponsors, SRD Auto Repair and Towing, FM Pool and Spa, Achieve Recovery Homes, Photos by TRJ, UMotors, Fargo Drifting, Evolution Fitness, Drift HQ, KBD Body Kits, Grip Royal, Metro Collision Center, Performance Auto, Window Tint Pros, Burress Photography, Osiris Media, Finish Factory, Beast Custom Works, and Tiger Rolloff. Thank you to all of our great sponsors that help us put on these events here in 2024. We are about halfway through our season. This is the midpoint of our DTP season. We still have the 5K coming up in 2 weeks. We've got the 10K in August. We have the second round, the second weekend of our Pro-Am licensing series. It'll be round 3 and 4 in September, where we will hand out that Formula Drift Pro Spec license to our points champion. Those standings are over on our whiteboard. We currently have Justin Ruth out of Fargo in first place. Of course, we'll be finishing our season down with DTP 4, DTP 5, where we will crown our season points champion, and Drifttoberfest, that first weekend of October, our hot lap event. If you've never been to Drifttoberfest, mark it on your calendar. We move the K-rail around. We put one row of it right down the middle of right down the edge of our straightaway there, so that cars can run in one continuous loop and not stop. And then we will add on cars as other cars decide to head off track. Very routine to see 10 to 15 cars on the track at one time. If you've never been to a Drifttoberfest, that is definitely one to check out. Concession stand is still open if you want to grab something to eat or drink before our championship battles. Still got that ND Drift merch. We will close that down for now until we get done with our podium ceremony. We are just a little short-staffed in here, everybody doing different things. It's really weird to be able to say we don't have someone to take your money, but we don't. So, as soon as the podium ceremony is done, we will be back to selling a few things. Want to thank everybody for coming out. The weather has turned around very nicely. Got a good breeze, got some sunshine, as opposed to the semi-hurricane we had when we tried to have our drivers meeting this morning. Little windy, but the rain stayed away. We got a little rain last night. Track was dry by the morning. We are just about done striping the track. We are going to get to that third place battle. That third place battle between Ole Rumshen and James Cragen. And then we will get to our championship battle. We got number 1 and number 2 in points. They do happen to be brothers. Mike and Mark Bellinger. Mike is number 1 in points. Mark is number 2 in points. It'll be a fun ride home for him tomorrow. And also, if you wouldn't mind, let's give a round of applause to the track staff, everybody that has been picking up cones, striping everything, the ladies that do our winner announcements, our starting line, Wesley over in grid. You can't see him. He's way behind the ambulance. But yeah, if you would give them a round of applause, they are working hard out there. Darren is running. He hates to run. I think we are just about ready to go. I'll wait for the call over my headset. Also, like to thank our 3 judges. We have current Pro Spec driver Cody Buchanan. We have 5K champion and season points champion Kyle Puckett. And we have Max Crocker, who has won nothing. Oh, okay, that gets the laugh. All right, there we go. He is one of the founding members of ND Drift. He retired a few years ago. He is currently a spotter for Austin Matta's Pro Spec team. Still heavily involved in drifting. All right, we got cars in the burnout boxes. And once again, thank you everybody for hanging out that last hour so we can get in this third place in championship battle. We wanted to give the cars a chance to cool down, everybody get everything right. We are in for some wonderful battles here. Headed on track out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, the blue and white S13 of Ole Rumshen. He is going to be followed on track by James Cragen out of Ironton, Minnesota, in the white with orange door S14. Ole currently number 3 in points. He was our number 3 seed. He will lead first. James was our number 5 seed today. He will chase first. All right, just getting our last staff off of the track. We are going to be ready to go here. All right, we are going to get the thumbs up from our drivers. Ole Rumshen going to bring us in to the initiation cones. Big initiation by Ole. James right on him. Kind of a shallow line into outer zone number 1 for Ole, but getting all of number 2. Oh, and James is going to spin around the slow corner. Ole going to finish out the run, outer zone 3 and into our keyhole. And Ole will finish out that run. We will get back around to the starting line. All right, James Cragen going to get his chance to lead. Kragen going to go into outer zone number 1 real fast. Ole Rumshin right on the quarter panel. James hoping for Ole to make a mistake. Kragen nice and deep in outer zone number 3. And Ole Rumshin right on the door through outer zone number 4. Outstanding chase. Outstanding lead run by Kragen. We are going to check with James, see if something is wrong with his car, or if we'll send him back on track if everything is good. All right, we got James headed back on track here. We understand. All right, we will get James Kragen up to the line here. All right, we do have a decision, and going to take the third place in DTP3 presented by KBD is Ole Rumshin in the blue and white S13. We will pull them off track. We will get our championship battle in the burnout box. Headed on track in the silver Mustang out of Welch, Minnesota. Your number 1 in points, Mike Bellinger. He is followed on track by the black 350Z out of Welch, Minnesota as well. Number 2 in points, Mark Bellinger. Both cars good to go. Both drivers ready. Mike Bellinger will lead first. Deep entry into outer zone number 1 by Mike Bellinger, and Mark right on his quarter panel. Oh, a little stall up by Mike. Little miscue by the lead. Stalls up the chase driver. And into outer zone number 4. Both cars nice and deep. Mark right on the door of Mike. So the judges are going to have to look at where the fault is going to be on that slow corner between outer zone 2 and 3. It looked from here like Mike in the Mustang may have had a bad line and caused Mark in the 350 to stall up behind him. The judges should have a very good view from where they're sitting. We will get to the second half of this battle. Mark Bellinger will lead. Mike will chase. Mark on a little shallower line and moved back into that outer zone number 1. Mike not giving an inch in the chase. And into outer zone number 4. Mike a little bit heading into outer zone number 4. Mike in the Mustang a little too far forward, had to hit the brakes, fall back onto the quarter panel. Great run by both drivers. We will bring them around. If we have a winner, we will pull our 3rd and 4th place drivers onto the track. We will get everybody up against the K-rail, and we will make the announcement there. We will wait for our judges to hear that they do or do not have a winner. While we're waiting, go ahead and give them a round of applause. That was an outstanding championship battle. Again, while we're waiting for the decision, I'd like to thank everybody that brought in and donated Hot Wheels cars. We will be giving those away during the 5K and 10K. You can always drop some off at SRD, Auto Repair and Towing. We will also accept them at the 5K and everything leading up to the 10K. We actually had a little competition going on, a little challenge, if you will. Anybody that brought 20 or more in got entered into a drawing, and we will do that just before our podium ceremony. Somebody is going to win an ND Drift hoodie, so we thank everybody that entered that. I think we got 7 or 8 people. We collected probably 150, 200 Hot Wheels this weekend. We really appreciate it. Judges are still working on it. All right, the judge's decision is in, and we're going to watch this one more time. They could not find a winner. We will get them off the track. We'll make sure everything is good with the cars. We will send them right back on. We will get to see this again. Couple mistakes made by both drivers that was enough to offset anybody winning. We will get them right back on track as soon as we can. We'll let them drive around. It'll cool off the car on the way there. And we will get them right back on track. All right, we've talked to both drivers. They are ready to get back on the track. They can do another burnout if they'd like to. I would assume they will just head right back on track, maybe scrub a little on the way in, but all right, here they come. All right. Mike Bellinger in the Mustang, first lead. Mark Bellinger in the 350Z, first chase. Here we go. One more time of our championship battle. Mark right on the quarter panel of Mike's Mustang. Not wanting another one more time. Mike just a little shallow in outer zone 3. And Mark going to push Mike through outer zone number 4. Mark definitely trying to not leave it in the judges' hands. That chase was closer than the first one. Mike on a really good line. Hard to see any of the outer zones other than 2 and 3 from where I'm sitting. 3 was good. He was deeper in the first battle. Mark Bellinger going to get his chance to lead. Mike will chase. And Mike going to push Mark through outer zone number 1. Oh, and Mark not quite as deep in outer zone number 3. And Mike playing a little bit of catch-up through outer zone number 4. Wow. Okay, yep, mistakes made by both drivers. Mark definitely not deep enough in outer zone number 3. And then Mike loses proximity going into outer zone 4 and a car length back through outer zone 4. We will give our judges a minute. We'll see if they can come up with a decision. Both cars are getting just a little bit hot. Got a little bit of water coming out of each car. We will move them off track. Get that water cleaned up. So if you're new to our DTP series, a little different than some other ones you may see, we are under a bit of a time constraint, so we ask all these drivers to really abuse the cars round by round to get to where they are. No 5-minute timeouts. No 5-minute timeouts. If we get to the end of a round and they have the hour break, that's when they get to work on their car. If they DB'd, if they need tires halfway through a battle, they are out of luck. If the car overheats, they're out of luck. So they are really putting the cars through the ringer at these DTP competitions. Also, just a reminder, we got that 5K coming up in 2 weeks. We have 48 pre-registered drivers. We will be giving away $5,000 to that champion along with one of our championship belts. They will also be getting prizes from KBD and Grip Royal, I believe. We've got Brittany pushing the Bellinger River, getting that thing to dry out. And after our podium ceremony, we will have cars right back on the track. As soon as that is done, groups 1 and 2 will be out on the track for the remainder of the hour. Concession stand is open if you'd like to get something to eat or drink. Weather has turned out beautiful this afternoon. I do still have one pair of those Cody Buchanan Pokemon cards. If there is somebody that didn't get that, you can roll right on up here. I have one pair left. All right. The decision is in, and we do have an actual winner. So we will get our judges down here. We will pull everybody out of their cars. The Bellingers are going to stay parked on the grass there because they're hard on parts. And we will get James Cragen and Oli Rumshin up here. We will get our announcements made. Here come our 3rd and 4th place winners, and once again, we will wait for our judges to get over here. They are actually carrying the decision with them. I don't know it yet. Give us a minute, guys. The result is still traveling. I can see it on its way over. It's not fast. That's his wife laughing the loudest. I promise as soon as I have it in my hands, we will start with the announcements. All right, we are ready to go. We have the announcement. In 4th place, out of Ironton, Minnesota, in that white S14, James Cragen. In 3rd place, out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, the blue and white S13, Oli Rumshin. And in 1st place of DTP3 presented by KBD out of Welch, Minnesota, driving the 350Z, Mark Bellinger. In 2nd place out of Welch as well, driving the silver Mustang, Mike Bellinger. All right, you guys can do those spinny thingies. Bellingers, you're not allowed to do them, because the smoke comes from a different place on your car now. We will have everybody drive off track. We will go over to the podium, and we will hand out the hardware. Do you want to stay here and you can draw my winner for the hoodie thing? Cool. We'll do it. I think we're doing it right before the podium ceremony.
Doing it live?
We'll do it live. All right, we'll head over to our podium. We will get our 4 drivers out there. We are going to do that drawing for that ND Drift hoodie first. I'll wait to get the word from Darren. And I think we had about 8 entries or so into that. They had to bring 20 Hot Wheels in, and they will get entered into this. And we will do that as soon as we are ready to go. Give us just 5 minutes. Yeah, I appreciate it. All right, we are ready to go. First thing we're going to do is that drawing. We've got it in here in the announcing booth. We got Katie here that is going to blind draw our winner, and it is a thing where they did not have to be here to win it. So we will go ahead with our drawing. She is going to pull one name. She is going to look at it and maybe hand it to me. What do we got? Kathy Buchanan.
Really?
Kathy is our winner. She was one of them that brought in 20 Hot Wheels. Kathy, we will get that after the podium ceremony. Thank you, everybody, for contributing to that. We will get on to our podium ceremony. In 4th place, out of Ironton, Minnesota, the white S14, James Cragen. In 3rd place, out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota, the white and blue S13, winning $50 from Evolution Fitness, Oli Rumshen. In 2nd place, out of Welch, Minnesota, the Silver Mustang, winning $100 from Evolution Fitness, Mike Bellinger. And in 1st place, out of Welch, Minnesota, driving that black 350Z, picking up $200 from TRJ Photography, Magic Mark Bellinger. All right, photographers, go ahead, take those photos. Once again, guys, it is going to be 1, 2, 3, jump. Let's see how terrible it can be. 1, 2, 3, jump. And bad. Congratulations to our whole podium. Remember, Darren's got some photos to take in front of the sponsor board. Thank you to all of the fans, the sponsors, the drivers, everybody that came out to DTP3. We still have a bunch of driving left to do. Group 1 and 2, you are going to be up after this. If you haven't gotten a ride along, please get a ride along. It is amazing. Thank you to everybody for coming out this weekend, braving the wind earlier today. We still have 2 or 3 hours of driving left today. We have a full day tomorrow. Group 1 and 2, you can start bringing your cars to staging. We will send you up as soon as everything is clear. Group 1 and 2. Also, concession stand is open, and you can head over to the trailer for that ND Drift merch.